Okay, let's see if this is working. Can you hear me if you are still watching? And can you ever see the stream? Did it just freeze? Okay, all right. Okay, welcome. Let's try this again. Apparently, I was streaming, there was no audio, so I rebooted, and now we have some audio. This is a game that looks like it will be over shortly. We have, I believe it is Zemuit Cryptophis on the right, the Watto player, and his opponent is Martin Demboff, playing the Yoda Muning. We saw Crypto do the standard turn one Watto setup of Watto, Sabola, and bluff a card. And then we saw Light Side turn one play Boss Nass Chambers and speak for JCC, so they got all their activation, and then they drew into a Mace and a Qui-Gon, which is real bad, and they already had Leia Rebel Princess in hand, and I think like solo. So basically all their activation, and guys, Dark Side bluffed Vader, I believe it was, and like just paid 2 and let it come out. And then Dark played Blizzard Scout 1. And then Lightside came down with Mace, who got Shizord bountied because Watto and Sebulba were revealed as quietly observing agents. And they also Light also put Qui-Gon down with Mace, and then and so now Dark is, and then I rebooted, so I missed a turn or two. It looks like Dark added some more characters. It looks like they played Blizzard 4, and that pulled Seven Sister. They also bluffed a card that I did see Light paid 2 to deploy. I said that was the Vader. Or no, sorry. Right when I came back, I saw that Dark bluffed another card, and Light just did decide to lose 2. It looks like a sorry about the mess happened against Watto, and then he hit Vader. So that's bad. Basically, Crypto needs Lightside to miss his swings with how stacked he is. There's a Qui-Gon, there's a Leia, there's a Rey, and I think that's an AI solo. So he should get 2 Destinies if that is a solo and a Rey. Oh no, he probably blank solo with Vader. So let's see. Someone in chat, let me know if everything's like visible and you can hear me now. Am I live? I think I'm live. So Vader died to the battle, and Seven Sister died to attrition, and Lightside. What did Lightside lose? I still see the Mace with the Saber who's buried. Oh, Light's just thinking about it. I think they'll probably lose the Leia. Yeah. Seems like you have some room to work with in making the game bigger. Oh yeah. Go ahead and just expand it beyond my. Will it let me? Yeah, to not have all the extra Twitch stuff around it. Yeah, let's do that. That's a good call. Okay. Okay, great. And you can see and hear it. Perfect. All right. I don't know what Dark can do here. So you've got Mace with a saber, Qui-Gon, Solo, and Rey, and you are looking at Blizzard Scout 1, Blizzard 4, and Sebulba. So Dark plays an Accelerate for the bridge. That'll at least get them a little more force. Currently, they were only getting what? Oh, it looks like they have two systems out, like a Rendili and the pod racing one. And it looks like Light hasn't deployed any systems. It's just a total ground-based Yoda Muning. So Dark was getting 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, which is low. So now it's 11, but still, and Light was getting 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it was 9 to 13, and then the two Jedi Masters came out, so that made it 9 to 15. So now it's going to be 11 to 15. It's still a huge disparity. Light, I see, has the Luke, the Last Jedi, in their hand, and his saber. They still have a sense and a barrier. Oh, and a bionic hand. So, you know, Dark's not going to obviously be able to be at both those sites. So that Luke is going to be able to come out, and I think Light's going to have enough stuff to take over both sites. I think we're going to see Dark concede. I mean, I don't know what their best case scenario is. Like, go to both systems with Star Destroyers, pray that Light plays no space, pay to drain 1 and 1, while Dark's paying 3 to drain 3 just at the one side, even if it doesn't take over the other one. And it's just, as I was saying before, yeah, Light's got the 3 two-sided hand, but there's no way they're going to deploy that. They got Corrin, it looks like. As I was saying back when I didn't have audio, it's sort of a match. It's already favored for Light mains against Watto, but Watto can pull it out if Light gets like a real slow start. But instead, Light basically, you know, turn 1 played Boss Nass Chambers and Speak for all their activation, and then drew into Mason Qui-Gon. So they just they got basically the God start that they would want. And now Sand card is out, so Dark's not going to be able to do, you know, like a Boba Fett bounty hunter or something. I don't know, to clear out a bunch of stuff. We do see, sorry about the messes grabbed. Both sides have their Sand cards out, but I mean, I think you got to run here. If you have Watto, you play it and bluff a card, and then move everyone to Watto's site, and then what? Eat and drain a 3, and then Luke and Saber and Bionic Hand come down, and they don't even have to move in front of you. Then they can threaten to drain a 4, unless if Dark is playing Ghana Gleamort, so that they can cancel the drain next door by losing 1. Then they could just run and cancel, but eventually Light's going to be able to have enough to go to 2 sites and or, you know, run Luke run, which they can, now that, sorry about the messes grab, they could just infinitely swap for run Luke run with the bionic hand. So Ghana Gleamort would be a temporary solution, but that's if Dark is playing it and has it in hand. Does look pretty grim. So while Dark's kind of puzzling through if they have any options, I'm going to go over some of the results from the first few games and just give you my live reactions to some of the matchups. I don't necessarily know the decks, but just the players. We saw wins in game 1 from Brian Fred, Miguel, Angelo, Bastion, Stefan, Crypto, Timo, Emil, Cedric, Justin Branch, Cohen, Mike Kessling. So a lot of people were high fantasy points. All right, so we see Emperor Shuttle and also come out. So Crypto is getting to space, so he can try and get some drains in, try and do some damage and make that free. Obviously, with no Emperor on it, a Hun Chewie Falcon will just wreck that, but he's got to basically take some risks at some point and say either, A, I hope you're playing Spaceless, which is unlikely. Yoda Muning usually plays Hun Chewie Falcon. at least one copy, if not two. Um, but you gotta hope he doesn't have it in hand then. So Crypto moves everyone over for two, um, embarks and disembarks the character. Obviously draws into an accelerate, that won't help. A Thrawn, an executor, old school executor. Maybe you can bluff for free at some point. I didn't see that last one, and then he's going to pay one here for upkeep for Blizzard 4. Looks like he forgot. Let's see if either of them noticed that. Um, all right, so game one, it looks like we saw a lot of the expected players win, and then all right, Light pays the drain for three, and Dark loses an accelerate and a no escape and an Emperor. Game two, Chris Menzel won, Crypto, Emil, um, uh, Martin Demboeuf, who we're seeing here on the left-hand side of the screen, won over Angelo. So he's going to have back-to-back wins over Angelo and Crypto if this game continues the way it is. So strong showing by him. He was also light in that situation, so he's having a good day with this go to Muni. Luke comes down. I think here we're going to see the Saber and the Bionic Hand. We saw Justin Branch beat Quinn. Fernando won. Stefan beat Brian Fred, so that's I bet that was a good game. And some of these will have been on stream. I was sleeping, and there was no commentary for the first three games, but they are planning to. They're recording them. They're planning to upload them and do proper commentary later. Oh, speaking of which, let me open up Discord. I may have a guest joining me here if we can get that working with no performance issues. Let's see. I haven't seen him in the Twitch chat here, so I'm not sure if he's watching. Uh, all right. Yeah, just opening Discord. Turned on my computer's fan, so we'll see. I think we can handle this. It seems to be streaming okay. All right, so Light after playing Luke and Saber, Bionic Hand, they peak with Quaimuning, and it looks like they decide to move it to the bottom, and then draw the top card. Is that, I don't know. That looked weird, but I don't. Maybe you moved it to the bottom and then drew it with Ray. I guess that's probably what happened. Is he just drew? He just never didn't do the move to the bottom action. Basically said move to bottom, draw bottom with Ray, and took it in hand. It was an impressive, most impressive, which is yet another barrier canceller he has in hand. Skywalker's, I think, still as a barrier canceller, and Ascents, and now an impressive, most impressive, which also cancels, Stunning Leader, and which there's not interior sites we're going to be fighting over, but it also lets him take the first weapons phase action and stuff. So a good general battle card. All right, so he opts to pay to move over Mace and Qui-Gon and leave everybody else. I don't see a Run Luke Run in his hand. And of course, between Blizzard 4, did he leave Sebulba on Blizzard Scout 1? or is he outside? It's unclear. But of course, with those walkers, he can cancel one of their text, meaning they will not have immunity. Of course, if he draws a 2 or lower, Yoda's hut can reduce it down to 0. But if he draws more than a 2 and cancels one of their text, they will lose a guy. If he can just throw fodder on the walkers, and they're also only power 12 combined. He's got to be worried about run Luke run here, of course, but they're only power 12. He's already power, let's assume Sebulba's piloting, 5 and 8 is 13. He's already outpowering him. So if he could just, is that the right site? I guess that is. So Watto goes to his hut and he bluffs a card. And Light, I think here is going to choose to lose too. He does. He has extra stuff to lose. He loses a speak. There's no need to give him a cheap card at this point. It would cost 2 with the Goldenrod Shield. So he loses a speak from hand and top decks 1. And then Dark draws 1 off the top of Sebulba that looked like maybe a kick. What is my Discord? How do I find that? All right, it looks like Dark's got an EPP Maul, which no, that was his force pile. Was he force pushing, or is there? No, there's a Tarkin's Bounty there on Ozzel. So he plays Tarkin's Bounty, and he takes. Looked like he was thinking about EPP Maul. Well, maybe it was Mars ship. Maybe he decides I need to get some damage in. So now the nice thing about Watto is he works inside a vehicle, not for his objective flip, but for his canceling, or for his saying you get no destinies. Now Solo does get one if unable to otherwise. However, Dark can blank that with the Blizzard Scout 1. So if Light battles, their power, Luke's a power 7 with the Bionic Hand, Han's a 4, Rey's a 4. 8 and 7 is 15, and Dark's 13. However, Dark gets a Destiny and Light doesn't. So Dark's actually looking better in this battle. Of course, right here, Light is going to pay 3 to drain 3, and Dark's going to lose some more force. So they're doing what I said in terms of, your best case scenario is sort of going to each system, draining 1 and 1 up there, and just trying to survive a site. But he's still getting out damaged 3 to 2, and Light, of course, tends to put less cards on table. Light mains. I mean, even if we just look at cards deployed with ability, cards on table 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 8 to 8. Then you've got the Tarkin's Bounty and Quietly Observing, and I think Dark's played a few more, but Light's lost some to Watto, so Dark top decks a Sense and a Force Push. I think that's a Saber. Oh, does he? He has Resistance out, so he's capped it to 2. He's at 3 Battlegrounds. Light finally finds the Saber for Qui-Gon. There is 4 in reserve. Declines to cut. Padme comes down. She's not going to be a ton of use if you're not getting a Battle Destiny. Obviously, you have to have a Destiny to add attrition to it. Plays Corrin, Spotter. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Friend request, accept. Let's do a phone call. All right. Light did battle. They hit Watto. Let's see if they have a clash or anything. Dark, I think, is just going to cancel Solo's text, so Light gets no game, gets no destiny. No Satum combo to get rid of Watto. Sorry about the mess. Non-combos grabbed. And yeah, so he is in the walker. The destiny text does kick in. Essentially, you can't be flipped if he's on board. He has to be present to flip the site, but he does not need to be present to stop destinies. So yeah, if you you can hide him in a walker and stop their destinies. Okay. All right. Hey Andy, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
All right. Let's see if I think our
Can you hear me all right?
viewer should. I can hear you. Yeah. Hey, so we have Andy Davies here, Masasi Training Temple, to add some extra color commentary and a beautiful accent. Andy, why aren't you over in Germany right now?
You what, sorry?
Why aren't you over in Germany right now?
I know, I wish. It's not possible this year, but definitely I would love to go another time.
Yeah, well, next year, for our viewers, next year is Worlds will be held in Europe, so hopefully everyone can go attend the World Championships here at this at that venue.
That would be awesome.
So it looks like Watto was outside, because he does look hit to me. He is now sideways, and Dark attempted a trample on probably Solo, and Light sensed it, and successfully. I think leaving Watto out was a mistake because of that weapon. Oh, Dark flips a 1 for Battle Destiny. And Light, it looks like Dark used Sand Card. Maybe they both did. Maybe Dark did not know the trick of leaving Watto on a walker and thought you had to have him off.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He would have to be present at the site.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. He needs to be present for the objective to flip. But sometimes if you're basically bailing on saying like, all right, you're too strong for me to be able to be at both sites, I'm not going to be flipped, then you throw Watto on the walker. The downside of it is you can't flip mid deploy phase because you can only get off in move phase. So you can't like drop a guy over to the site to flip and then move to consolidate. If you're putting him on the walker, you're conceding I'm not flipping for a while, but it does protect him and stop all weapons. Well, so Light got no destiny in that battle. Dark, did Dark end up outpowering somehow with? They only lost Watto.
So Light got no destiny. Dark.
Sorry, you're a little hard to hear right now. You're
somehow with they only lost Watto.
Oh, are you? It's an echo of me. Do you have the stream open?
Great. I am. Is that better?
It sounds like myself coming back. Are you? Can you mute your Twitch stream?
There we go.
Cool.
Sorry about that.
No worries. All the technical stuff you got to figure out when you set it up.
Yeah.
So did you watch any of the silent games, the first 3 games?
I literally just caught the last like turn or two of I think it was B Fred versus Jerome, but I haven't seen any of it so far.
Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to those getting uploaded.
Yeah, it's cool to see some like in-person Star Wars again.
Yeah.
How did it go at was it Endor a couple of weeks ago? You was that?
Yeah. Pretty well. Yeah. We had 8 players, I think, and good. Like you said, getting back in-person Star Wars. All right, so Dark plays Aura Singh, and so obviously she's real good against Jedi. It's that Luke is just so hard to hit with his saber. He's defense value 8, and he gets the redraw. So it's like you got to get a 9. When they get to redraw one of your destinies, it's really hard. And then the other ones are just you only get 1 destiny to hit them because they're not Jedi.
Yeah, Luke's just an absolute tank.
Yeah, I mean your best. Sometimes your best play against him is just outpowering him. He's only power 5. Of course, he has a bionic hand now, so he's a 7. But normally he's just power 5. And so if you can get like a couple walkers in front and get up 20 power, that's sort of your best way to kill him a lot of times.
Yeah, which is only good when he's on his own. He's pretty backed up there.
Yeah.
Both seem fairly low on life force, though. They're kind of hanging in there.
Yeah, but Light's board control is so much. As long as they have at least 6 life force, by the time they clear everything, they'll be able to pay to drain and
What's the red card on one of the characters on the other side? Is it She's Advantage?
It is, yeah. Quietly Observing is the middle of the 3 effects that were started there, and Watto and Sebulba were Black Sun agents. And yes, it is Mara and Chip at one system, and then Emperor Shuttle Ozzel with Tarkin's bounty on him at the other.
It's like Dark remembered to pay for the Blizzard for this turn.
Did they? Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
All right, so Anakin Saber comes down on I'm guessing Rey? Yeah. So now there's 2 weapons. Light drained, paid to drain for 2, of course, 2 with resistance out. Light has Unita in hand, another Qui-Gon. I think maybe a Jedi Love? I want to hear more thoughts on Watto. Don't see it. I did play it at Worlds a couple years ago in the online Worlds, when there was we could switch our decks between day 1, 2, and there was a week between. I switched over to Watto because Hitko was super popular, so I was playing a Watto with 2 Ghana Gleamorts, and my plan was just like go to the 2 sites, go to a system, and then once they pile one site with Luke and everything, then just Ghana Gleamort and lose one to cancel that drain over and over, and just run away and just do more damage by just like running from their stack. I think Watto, I think Old Allies is tough for it because light loses a lot initially and then can stabilize. And I think that light mains can, like we're seeing, can be really tough. If they get all their activation, they can just pile really hard. And if you're not doing a Gone and Gleamort thing, then uh, yeah, it's it can just go downhill. So here we see light. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I had that issue playing WAP against Kevin Yap in one of our events earlier in the year, and I'd stacked one site, and then Ghana just kept pinging the 1 damage instead of getting the 3 drains, and then I couldn't get him out of space, so not having to pay. Sort of from mid game to the end, it was just like couldn't do enough damage to keep on top of it. It was so annoying.
Yeah, and WAP's a little better for Watto than something like this Yoda Muning because WAP gives up probably at least well 3 icons from the sites once they flip, 2 before that, and then also probably a system. So they're giving up like 3 to 5 icons versus this light side gave up 0 icons. And the other thing is WAP needs to deploy over to its other sites first, whereas this light can just go straight there. So light hits whoever they were swinging at this time. So they hit with Anakin's saber, hit with Luke's saber. Looks like Aura. Dark canceled the text. I'm guessing probably Padme or Solo. I guess he canceled Solo and then didn't light side use the sand maybe.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking. I missed. I would have thought maybe cancel Luke's text and try and shoot him, but obviously not.
Well, we don't see anyone hit on light side, so either Z missed or he tried to and got deflectioned.
That's possible.
So light forfeits Padme. Dark loses their 2 hit characters, and I'd imagine Sebulba possibly fed if he swapped already. I think he did swap at the beginning of this battle. So light is left with Luke with a saber and bionic hand, Solo and Rey with an Anakin saber, and Dark is left with Boba Fett V, Blizzard 4, and Blizzard Scout 1. And then at the other side, we got Qui-Gon and Mace both with sabers. And Dark's going to drain 2 here in space. Why quietly observing? So you start quietly observing, and then you name, before you activate, you reveal Watto and Sebulba, and they become Black Sun agents. And then you play them turn 1, and you can and you use Fanfare Shield to pull Shizor's bounty. And then you can just deploy them and leave them alone. You basically have a barrier in your hand, a pullable barrier from a shield that is not canceled by barrier cancelers. It's canceled by control tunnel vision, but not by Bish Shuffle combo or Skywalkers or anything like that. No sense or anything. So you sort of have this barrier that's better than barrier in hand right away, so you can spread and play a little risky. All right, so we see another Sebulba and Watto come down from hand, which is going to flip his objective. And then he's going to put down a card to bluff. And I imagine Light will lose too, because letting Dark get more board presence is a bad idea. But he might be getting low enough on Life Force that he decides. He's got a Mace and a Qui-Gon in hand. Mace, Qui-Gon, and a Luke. Is he going to need all those guys? Are they going to die? Like, it does seem like Watto's going to go over to the, or Sebulba's going to go over to the other site and abandon that. You're not going to lose that Qui-Gon and Mace. So he does go ahead and lose Qui-Gon and top deck 1.
He's got Unitar V in hand as well, which,
right,
if he doesn't lose anything else, he can just get one back anyway.
Yeah, he could basically Yoda Muning retrieve the saber. If he did choose to lose Mace, Yoda Muning retrieve the saber, recirculate Unitar Mace into hand, and then pull the saber again. So, or Qui-Gon.
I think he lost Qui-Gon then, didn't he? Yeah.
Either one. If he chooses to lose the one that's on table, stack the saber on top, retrieve it, with Walkling or your commuting Jedi, and then Unita the character and pull the saber. Watto just doesn't do much damage. Last version of the Sour Occupation Desk Legend. Yeah. Watto does early damage and then tends to peter out. So I do tend to like Occupation to help push on the damage, but that's why I said all the allies can be tough, is because it does some early damage, and then down comes a projection, and down comes a Rose, and then they just start paying 2 and letting you get out like a random Grievous or a random whatever, and start out damaging you. Sorry, Andy. I don't know if you have the Twitch chat open. It may seem like I'm just saying random things.
Yeah, no, I'm sort of watching it at the same time.
I'm not in my Emperor Lightning. Oh yeah. I added some. I put a lamp behind my computer here, so I wasn't all dark like it was Wednesday evening for our Hollow Theater chat. They're just kind of contemplating here. I really wish they, Crypto's gonna hear afterwards about how Watto should have been on a walker. It's tough though, because you can't. You need to outpower then, and with only the 2 walkers, if you could get a third walker like a Blizzard 2 or a
I think he's got Blizzard 8 in his hand, it looked like, man.
Okay, yeah, Blizzard 8. If he had Blizzard 8, Blizzard 4, and Blizzard Scout 1, and just the guys on board as fodder, then he could battle, cancel Solo's text so that Light did not get a Destiny, and then just drew a 6 and Sebulba died, and he gicked. Oh, so he battled on Light's turn just to block the drain. He was like, I'll just lose 1 gick instead of 2 to the drain.
That's the kind of play that, like, I'm trying to work out, like, learn myself. Is sometimes you think, I'm going to block that drain, but you end up losing more
cards, right? Like if he deployed the Sebulba anyway to flip his objective, but had he deployed the Sebulba and gicked or lost 2, it's the same thing. So it wouldn't have saved him anything, and it would have cost him force to do. Here he wanted to deploy the Sebulba anyway, and Sebulba's free, of course, to the but it's still sometimes I see people make that play and it doesn't make sense as to why, or they lose extra force because it's like Sabine's there, so like they end up losing more anyway. If Dark could somehow kill a dude with saber and have Grievous steal one or something, that would be good, but I don't see that happening.
So I'm guessing he just retrieved something, and he looked like he was pointing at. I thought he was going to put Walkling out of play, but maybe he's using the Yoda.
Yoda, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose Light's in an interesting position now, because if he battles, he's going to lose either Solo or Rey, I'm guessing, to attrition. But then Grievous is potentially going to steal a lightsaber. Oh, he's going to get hit, I guess.
I wonder what the math is on their life force in hand right now, in terms of what if nothing happens? What if Dark sits here and Light sits here, and Dark drains 2 in space, and Light pays 3 to drain for 2 because of resistance on the ground? Who wins? Who has more hand in life right now? I'm curious. So it looks like Qui-Gon and Luke swap places, and I'm not entirely clear on why. There's no meditation on Qui-Gon.
Qui-Gon is power 9 though, because of the water objective, which
yeah, Luke's
2 more.
Luke was power 7 because of the bionic hand, so it gives you 2 more power. You don't get the redraw text, and potentially you threaten to run Luke run.
Light's not got many cards left in hand either, I didn't think.
Yeah. So Dark drains 1 and 1, and Light's gonna lose a Luke, and he loses a Unita. Guess he's feeling low enough on life force that All right, so Dark plays a Maul, which indicates to me they are very low on cards to play because you would want someone cheaper. He's putting someone down so that he can bluff with Watto. I think Light might pay here because he's low enough on force. So he goes to bluff a card. Light's thinking about it. They're not sure. I don't want to give a free card for this board position here, but they also don't want to lose to.
That's a neighbouring in hand as well for Light,
which consolidating all that stack could be nice if he has enough life force to even utilize. Because so what he'd want to do is have enough in his force. Weapon of a Fallen Mentor goes lost, as does a top deck. So he does lose to send that card used. What he'd want to do is have enough force that at the end of Dark's turn and Dark's draw phase, he can draw Destiny, move everybody, recirculate, and then just activate one or two in battle and have all those Destinies in reserve. Because if he has to activate and pay for it on his turn, he won't have enough to battle. So Dark moves Maul. It's going to flip him back. It's going to pay one upkeep if he remembers. And he's going to flip back if he remembers. This in-person play after the last, Jimp doing all that automatically for you, telling you, like, do you want to pay one upkeep or sacrifice?
Yeah.
Flipping back the objective, all of that stuff is just so nice. This is the first tournament back after 3 years. So, all right, we have a question. Curious on commentators' thoughts on how to compete in space with Darkside Star Destroyers in the current meta. I've seen a couple different solutions. One is power pivot. One is my favorite probably is just like ignore them, run away. Like they don't do much damage unless they're set your course, which 0 hour can subtract from set your course's destiny, so they just never flip and blow up. It's just an auto loss, and so I don't think we'll see much set your course going forward. But aside from set your course, anything in space just doesn't do that much damage, and so you can kind of just ignore them and out damage them, and just like if you have a ship, just run around. But otherwise, it depends on what decks you're playing. QMC will stack a bunch of aliens on wildcard and get like +5 or 6 to their total destiny. Landing Claw's dead, thank goodness.
You weren't a fan of Landing Claw, Joe?
I was not, yeah. All right. Dark plays an Accelerate for an Accelerate to basically track a 5, and Light pays 1 to grab it. Oh no, they pay 3 for an effect, which was not there. Oh, and then they just concede here.
Oh.
I don't know what effect they were going for, or what. That was an interesting concede to me, because by that point he had built up a huge stack. Did Light concede maybe? Who conceded there? I think
on the thing, it was like I'm slightly behind, so it looked like Dark conceded then to me, but
it seems like Dark had to have conceded there. But why would you concede? Because at that point you had all the walkers, you had the Maul, you had a bunch, you had a big stack. You could survive for a little while, but maybe he was just behind in the math. Just losing 2 to the drain was enough, even if he couldn't, and he knew he couldn't battle into that stack. That would be my guess. Is we just couldn't see life force, and Light was already ahead by 6 or 8 or something, and there was no way for Dark doing 2 damage to Light doing 2 damage for Dark to ever catch up. And if Dark battled into that on their turn, Light has enough reserve deck to just clear all kinds of stuff. The streaming token for this is Silence is Golden.
I've never seen someone put the deck away in the card. Did you see that for Light Side? They counted their cards out and they put all the characters together, all the red cards together.
No, why would you do that? You want them all shuffled.
Yeah,
look, he's sorting these in too. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay.
That's one way of doing it, I guess. I like the deck box. That's cool.
Yeah. The Darth Vader one there.
Yeah.
Looks like it's from some other Star Wars card game. So Star Wars the card game.
There was, I think it was, it might have been Angelo at our Naboo regionals. He had like one of the small OTS type boxes, but it had Darth Sidious on it, which was cool. As one of like the European prizes from a few years ago.
I am getting the result from that game and why we were kind of confused. Like, why are you conceding there? It went to time. Time was called. Dark Side lost by 1 on time. So it was still very close hand in life. They were both doing a similar amount of damage. Dark had finally built up a stack. It was actually kind of making it a game, and time was called, and Light Side had 1 more life force. With that start that Light Side had, I'm surprised Dark was able to keep it that close. It's pretty good. All right, so we now Martin is now 4-0, and I'd imagine we are gonna see the next pairings up shortly.
So this will be game 5 now, isn't it? Coming up next.
Yep.
I think. Are you going to Worlds?
Yep. I'll be at Worlds next month. It is in Atlanta, Georgia, the weekend of October 13th. Nope, sorry. 13th is the day I fly out. That's a Thursday. The weekend of the 15th. Someone mentions putting your cards in order can help distribute them, because when you pile shuffle, everything will be well distributed instead of they could randomly bunch up. But if you just have them sorted to begin with and then pile shuffle, they'll distribute out without getting bunched up.
I guess so. You'd have to know how many like characters you've got, or whatever. Though I think if you're pile shuffling them, unless you're gonna do it face up and then show you.
If you've got, even if you, let's say you've got 18 characters or 20 or 22, whatever. Either way, if you're distributing them 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 and then starting over at the first pile 1 1 1 1 1 1 1, they'll at least be some characters in every single pile. But I guess they'll still be kind of clumped together. But then if you then took one of those piles and drew 8 of them, you'd have like 2 characters, 2 interrupts, you'd have like a mix of stuff. I don't know.
I guess so.
Like if
but then if you just
as long
like
as you're well shuffling and it's random, that's the key.
Yeah. You could end up with like all your Lukes together by accident.
Well, no, I think this would the opposite. You'd like, because you'd have your Lukes together and then you'd spread them out, so then they would not be together. You know what pile shuffling is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking, because if you say like, if you had 4 Lukes and Luke went into pile 1, 2, 3, 4, you'd have to make sure you pick them up, not, you'd have to pick up like pile 1, 8, 2, 6, because otherwise all your Lukes would be.
You might do that. They might all be in the top half if you picked.
Yeah.
Sure, but if you had 8 piles and you picked up 1, 2, 3, 4, they're spread out between the top half. Yeah, but you're sure if you picked 1, 5, 2, 6, 3, whatever, and they're all more evenly distributed. Maybe randomly is not the right word. Evenly distributed.
Yeah. This is probably the boringest chat for like people to listen to.
Talking about shuffling. Yeah. All right. Next. So we have results from game 1. game 4. So Martin, the one we just saw, defeated Crypto. Emil defeated Jonas. So Emil is now also 4-0. Justin Branch defeated Stefan Fox. So I think he's also 4-0. Kuhn defeated Menzel. Uh, Cedric defeated Kevin Yop. Bastion beat Fernando. Boy, was Bastion down at table 6. Who beat Bastion? Emil beat Bastion in game 3. That's why. So Bastion has 1 loss. Crypto has 1 loss. Emil's undefeated. I believe Justin Branch is undefeated. Martin's undefeated. Possibly Cullen is undefeated. Menzel, I think, has 1 loss. Timo just beat Miguel. Kieran just beat Kent. Brian Fred beat Tom Damon. Angelo beat Jerome. Where is Mike Kessling beat Grady? So I think Kessling and B Fred both have 1 loss.
Where are you getting the information from?
This is in the Slack, the European Championship Slack channel. Marvin is posting the winner of each game. And he mentioned he posted in the forums who was on the feature match. It looks like apparently the winners are also on the forums. So he's putting it in Slack and on the forums. You can follow the results. All right.
So I know B Fred was playing Communion as well, I think, in the last game. So it's 2 Communion decks. I was expecting like everyone to play 0 Hour after seeing how good it seems.
Yeah, I mean I didn't expect to see a ton of it simply because everyone sort of realized it was good within the last week, and I think a lot of the Euros with having to travel are not going to switch decks last minute, and so I figured it might be a little underrepresented because it's just hard to say I'm going to take this new deck that everyone's unclear on how good it is, and by the time everyone got clear on how good it was go time.
What are your thoughts on it?
I think it is very. It's. I think it exacerbates the rock paper scissors meta we're in. It totally plays into it because it is very strong, but it's also very beatable by decks that are built to beat it. And so if you build a deck that beats 0 Hour, for example, like a Revenge of the Sith Dark Mains thing, yeah, you beat it, but then you lose to stuff like Old Allies, and and if you don't, then you lose to 0 Hour. I don't know. It seems to me that 0 Hour plays really well against the strong slate of dark decks that we already had in the meta. And so if people were playing their V18 stuff, 0 Hour's positioned really well, but Dark can easily just be like, hey, I'm just building this deck that beats 0 Hour and do fine against it. And so then you go, okay, well, it's not broken because look, here it loses to this, this, and this. But then it's sort of a pick your poison of like, do I want to play this deck that beats 0 Hour? Do I want to play a different, like, it's very rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. If you were going to this event, do you think it would have been on the roster of decks you were considering, or would you have said no because of that rock, paper, scissors?
I definitely would be considering it. I think it is very strong. SWCCG fan says bring him, seems good against Zero. I agree. I think dark battle mains that can keep knocking them off sites is good.
How do you feel about him getting to start a 3-1 site?
That site is interesting. I wish it said only your first character was +3, just like the 2-2 site for old allies when the first dude's +1, and then
Yeah.
once you have presence there. I wish it was like that instead of every dude being +3 is a little bit crazy. But other than that, I think it's a cool concept. 3-1 is better than starting a 2-0, and the deck does give up a lot of icons. Um, so it's fair in that way. It has a lot of deploy cost reducers, so it is pretty cheap and quick, but um, it can struggle with a dark that can just keep clearing its guys, keep it flipping. Anything that can start 2 battles or force 0 hour to lose guys because the weapon or battle destiny goes through is goodish. Yeah. What about court? Court seems good. Court is pretty slow, and more importantly, Court's uh, strongest play against a lot of decks was Guri and Stinger, and they can't limit destinies at low fall, so Guri doesn't work. Typically against something like QMC or Old Allies, it's Guri, Stinger, other ships, pile the system, just battle at the system every turn and retrieve until light side is out of stuff in space, and then you win the game. Because then you're draining 2 with the system, and light's paying to drain. So Court's best play is don't deploy Nalhada against any light side with the system. Pile the system hard until you take it over, and then you win. And with Guri Stinger not being able to cap, Court's it's going to have a lot harder time winning that system fight.
And with her and the ghost, she
Minus
her
20.
immunity can't be either, isn't it? So Dengar in Punishing One doesn't the immunity to like clear her
Theoretically,
either.
Light will have other ships too, so they'll have to forfeit stuff. But they've got insurrections, right? So they're forfeiting like
Mm-hmm.
Sabine and Zeb for like 8 each, and so Dark can add some destinies with Gurion Stinger adds 1. Maybe they have a crack fed or something. But with destinies all being -1 with ghosts, they can throw a soak up there, and then that makes them all -2. And then they can forfeit guys for high with insurrection. Dark side guys are forfeit high as well because of the court objective, adding 2 to bounty hunters. Um, but light then also gets the -X from their objectives. So I think dark loses guys at a faster rate. And normally the way they win is by forcing light to lose more because they get 2 to 3 destiny, and light only gets 1 because of Gray Stinger. And now that that's not the case, I think it's a much worse matchup for Court than some of the other one system light side decks. Your best play might be something like deploying Nalhada and just getting a token ship there for draining, and then attacking ground. I don't know. I haven't played the matchup, but I do think it's a lot tougher because Guri Stinger combo is Dark leans on that pretty heavily, and it doesn't work at Lothal. They're doing a 30-minute break now. Marvin just mentioned. So I'm gonna put up. Let's say I don't know what time they started that 30-minute break, but probably 10 minutes ago. So let's say 20 minutes from now at about
Mm-hmm.
so at about 12:10 Eastern. Um, let's, I don't know. Is that hopefully that's readable? All right. So I'm gonna mute and come back in about
Mm-hmm.
20 minutes.
Cool. Yeah, if I can, I will ping you on It's good again.
Okay,
It's
sounds
going in
good.
if that's all right.
Cool.
Cool. All right.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Yes. 11. Thanks. I can't. I don't know where the math messed up in either converting to in adding 20 or converting to Eastern. Because I'm in Pacific. But yes, 11:10 Eastern. In about 20 minutes, I will be back. Hey everyone, just a quick update. If you have this on in the background of your computer and you're off doing other stuff and we're just listening for a voice to come back, I did update the text on the screen, but uh, apparently there was a kitchen issue. They were taking a 30-minute pause for people to get food. There was a kitchen issue. Um, they said the kitchen is on fire. I don't know how literal that is, or if they're just super busy or what, but they said the pause will be extended until people get their food. So I don't know if that's gonna, if that's pushing stuff 20 minutes or if that's gonna push stuff an hour or what. I optimistically added a little bit of time to my estimate, but it's sort of indefinite for now. I'm gonna go back on mute, but I'll be back. Just check in every 5, 10, 20 minutes, whatever you feel like. We'll get some games of Star Wars here. We're halfway through the event. 4 of the 8 games are done. We've probably got another 5 or so hours of Star Wars today, and we'll be back when we can. All right, we just got confirmation from the tournament director that the next round is starting in about 5 minutes. The pairings are up and they're getting it started now. All right, we are back. My stream wasn't updating. I had to refresh. Um, it looks like here we have a Shadow Collective on the right and a Yoda Muning with Camino on the left. Shadow Collective's turn one was get out Maul and Saber. Now they're pulling a gun for him. Camino's turn one was to play the system and pull the sight. Pull the Camino sight specifically. It looks like they're holding their own 2/2 in their hand. See, I think a mace, a Luke Saber. Should we call the deck communing because it's Camino? That works well in text written form because you can see the K, but saying communing out loud sounds like it would be hard to differentiate. So Charlie thinks the hands look like Kessling's, and I am confirming right now. Feature match is Mike Kessling versus Jonas Hagen. So we have Kessling is the Dark Shadow Collective player there. He just drew into an accelerate. Or no, is he force pushing here? What is he doing? Oh, what is he doing? Oh, point man. He must play point man. Yep, chat's confirming. He played point man. I was looking at the Slack chat trying to figure out who the feature match was. So he point mans and then he's drawing for something specific. I think characters, and all he drew was a BB9 and a Danik. He pays one here to masterful move. And I imagine he's going to go grab his Gick, which he does. And all right, so it looks like the starting effects for light are Cytor, Walkling, and I don't know what the third one is. Like Dark has a Prince Shizor in hand. My stream is suddenly doing some buffering stuff. Hopefully that'll sort itself. Light, I see a Sense in his reserve deck. Impressive, most impressive. Clash. There was a Where's Han, so clearly he's playing a Hunter Falcon to go to that system. That Shadow Collective probably is not playing much, if any, space. Oh, I see a Jedi's Concentration in there. That'll help our small saber. Deflection, they're tracking us. I think that was a Grimtosh. Definitely saw an Escape Pod Sand card. And Mike, after seeing that sense, immediately pulls There Is No Tri-Shield. Dark Shadow Collective generally doesn't run much space. They might have a Zuckuss and Mistun or a Fetton ship or something, but Light's going to be pretty safe to just throw up on Chewie Falcon there and start trains. They just deployed an effect on the system, which is got to be like launching the assault. I don't know what effects could deploy on Camino. Obviously, Unita can't. They do the communing peak. I feel like that has to be a launching the assault. Anyone else come up with anything that could deploy on the Camino system as a light side effect? Oh, so Light deploys their 2/2 Naboo sight, the generator, with Luke, and then they deploy Rey and get a used pile pull. They also have the 3/2 in there. There's a Leia. I did not see what he took. I saw Skywalker's in there. I think we'll probably see it pretty shortly. Draws bottom card with Rey. It looks like a projection. Was it a deflection? Looked like the top card in his hand after he sorted all the way through was a deflection. So Where's home was in the reserve when he checked. Okay, pulls simple tricks to stop the drain at the Mall's 2-0 site, stop Kessling from losing 1 to drain 2. And then it means he won't have to pull battle plan. And then what that means is Mike will have to burn the shield on it. So if you're going to burn a shield between the two, you might as well have simple tricks out. Nightfall. Nightfall could deploy on Camino. Yeah, and then all your spies can play free to that 2-0 site. Huh. You're right, that's a good call. That could deploy on this. There's probably other ones, like obviously Haven can't deploy there, but there's probably some other ones that can. But yeah, it's got to be launching. Charlie thinks he already has Falcon in hand. I don't love launching as a card. Looks like he's going to use it right now. Yep, he pulls home 1. Because that means you're probably also playing like Akbar and leaderships, and it's just like it's a pretty hefty space package that costs a lot that it's probably unnecessary. But it will definitely secure that system. So Mike does a force push. I went searching a deck builder. It's not a lot of options. Okay. Well, launching. Well, clearly it was launching. He pulled home 1, but Nightfall is apparently one of the few that deploys on system. Launching will make it a drain +1 though. It's very unlikely Dark's able to satisfy resistance against light mains, that they're not going to be at 3 battleground sites. I mean they could, but at that point they're probably winning. Which means Light's going to be draining 3 at Camino, which is very nice for them. Can Prophecy deploy to a system? No, I think it only deploys on a site. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, launching the system being a drain 3 will help a lot. Wars not make 1 great. Yep. Can't be forced servitude because that has to deploy on opponent's site or location. Looks like Mike has blast door controls in hand. And no escape. He's just real low on characters. He just didn't draw any. He's got a Shizor. He moves Maul to go with Danik. So he's going to be able to drain by losing 1 to drain 3 and ping 1. So he'll be doing 4, but he's eating a drain of 3 plus losing 1 to the Saber, so 4. So it's essentially 4 to 4. He plays another point man. I wonder if that's gonna tempt Jonas to grab it. Looks like not. He puts a card under. And again, a lot of red, a gun, and 2 characters. So he takes one of the characters. It looks like Aura was the other one. I think he took Hondo, maybe. Hondo's good because he can pull Aura if there's, if the other copy's in reserve deck. Usually Shadow Collector plays too. But yeah, they're essentially both doing 4 right now. But if home 1 comes out, Light will be doing 7 to 4. Dark's going to have to respond, which means if I'm Light, I don't want to lose that site. I would be backing that site up harder before home 1 comes out. Because if you can really lock down that site and then do home 1, Dark does have Light uses a coin-meaning peak and opts not to move it. Dark does have 3 battlegrounds between the 2 first Light sites and the QMC, not QMC, but the Bespin Cloud City site. They could get resistance satisfied on their own locations and then knock Light down to 2 and 2, but then Light could basically pick the weakest one to go attack. It's going to be hard for Dark to actually hold 3 locations. So if I'm Light, I'm stacking that site first, second going to the system, and then third trying to knock Dark off the location. Dark loses blast door controls. Look like Django Fett and a masterful move off the top. And whoa, is Light's deploying another battleground. So this will make it easier for Dark to hold resistance. That's a lot of sites to cover, and if Dark can go pretty wide, and they've got their Gick in hand, and if I would be saving the no escape for the Gick, unless you top deck something like really important, you really need a character or something. If you can save that for the Gick, you can go wide, they battle and you Gick, and then your turn, no escape the Gick back to hand. That looks like a Mace window. Yeah, Mace and his Saber come out and join the party. I'm surprised he's not going to the 3-2. He's pretty safe there with that he gets 2 swings and guys go used. I guess a single aura might be able to, take first action and hit him. Yeah, I think he checked his reserve, and I don't know if that was his only way to search, and then he got stuck pull insight, or if he just didn't want a floating 0 in there. I'm surprised he's playing 2 sites, to be frank. But yeah, he decided to go the route we were talking of, just stack this site hard first. Don't lose. If you get your characters knocked off and they keep getting knocked off, that would be difficult. So he didn't get greedy with a home 1 play. He backed up the site. We'll get home 1 at some point. Looks like he's got a brave little droid in hand. And Kessling has Sith Fury, a Shizor, No Escape, Wounded Warrior, Knight's Drawing. Just got an Odin combo and a Grimtosh, it looks like. The downside about Mike splitting his sites, which is what you want to normally do versus mains, but normally mains doesn't put out 1, let alone 2 battlegrounds. The downside of splitting the sites now is he can't really split those characters up very well because he can't just move them over one to another battleground, and he has to move to the non-battleground in between. All right, so he pays 3 to drain and loses 1, which is a Phantom Menace from used, and Lightside plays it could be worse for 3. So that's a pretty rough momentum. Yeah, I think that's Hondo. He goes to download a gun. There's no gun in there. There's a bridge, accelerate, point man, another accelerate, and a Phantom Menace. I was gonna say he's top decked kind of rough. Well, I guess he did lose maybe a Django, or maybe that was a second Hondo. Now that I see this Hondo, I wasn't familiar with the image. But he top decked a Masterful Move and a Phantom Menace. But in his deck is besides the 0 is also a 5/5, 7/5 or something like that. I thought he had an accelerated hand to be able to get that bridge out, but maybe he played it last turn. So we see a Secret Plans and a Resistance come out. So Hondo and Shizor do. So he does go to every battleground, but he doesn't have guns for them. They're just going to die pretty easily. But he doesn't want to eat a drain of 4. And with Mace and Mook both out, he decides to just draw. He's got a Lana combo in hand, a card drawn overall by Beefred. He's going to accelerate for an accelerate. Or he's going to pay 3 to accelerate for the Phantom Menace. Did he forget Phantom Menace was in there? Yeah, he just did not take the Phantom Menace. He paid 3 because he wanted to recycle that without pulling out a 5, but he did not realize Phantom Menace is an effect. So he should have pulled that Phantom Menace. It's a mistake. Obviously, if he remembers, so it's not there was no shenanigans here. He was not cheating because he legitimately did not remember. Because if he does remember, there's no way he pays 3 there to cycle the 5 and to take out a 7. He just was like, oh, I don't want to play it used and pull out a 5. I want to keep a 5 in there, so I'm willing to pay 3 to send it back so I get more 5s back in my deck, not realizing he would take out a 7. And his opponent then didn't catch it either. All right, and when the objective flips back, Light loses a card and he opts to lose Skywalkers from hand. He's putting Shadow Collective on playing no barriers, and he's not necessarily figuring Leia is going to get into a battle with Luke. The head of marketing has just told me I can haphazardly give away GIMP AI booster packs to viewers. Does anyone on GIMP use AI boosters? Or like AI cards? The first person who says yes can have one. The first giveaway of the day. Also, our streaming token for the day is Silence is Golden. We sure do. Chris Kelly gets the first one. I will. Jared says 2 for each game. I'll keep a log of who gets them. Oh, they are apparently fresh Series 4 ones. So if you have gotten Series 1, 2, or 3 in the past, these are new Series 4 ones. So Chris Kelly snags AI booster pack, and I'll give away a few more of those throughout the day, so you can bling out your GIMP decks with cool AIs, which eventually make their way in person too. I keep seeing AIs that I don't recognize, and I need to look more at the GIMP ones to familiarize myself. Like I think that guy's Hondo over at that First Light site, but I don't recognize it. I just don't know who else it would be. But when he top decked it, and I just saw a glance because he put another card on top, I thought it was like a Django from the side. It looked kind of Mandalorian-esque from the the blurry image that we have. Um, all right, it is OCS Hondo. All right, so light side played Han Chewie Falcon with R2 Brave Little Droid on it, as well as Jin to Maul's location. Right here, Dark pinged for 1, and Light lost array from hand. So Light is set up nicely in space with the Brave Little Droid on the Falcon, meaning it's immune less than 7 and cancels the Destiny. There's nothing Shadow Collective has that will crack that. I guess he was worried about a Han Chewie Falcon coming out, and so he wanted to do the Brave Little Droid as an extra precautionary measure. I don't know that was needed. Kind of feels like a lost force, but he's probably feels like he's ahead enough in the match that he was willing to ensure that. And later he can still deploy the home one, which is basically like a lightsaber at this point with oh no, it has to be does it have to be piloted by a pilot character? Or is it just piloted in general? Can the empty home one? I think it can. Scomp launching the assault, where you have a Star Cruiser piloted by a character. So he'd have to deploy another pilot on board, like a Corrin or something like that. So it may not be worth the 12 force and 2 cards to activate launching. In which case, why did you deploy it? I don't know. Yeah, it says not going Mike's way at all. Yeah, it's not looking great. Mike pulls a Black Sun Blaster for Shizor so he can start more pings. It looks like Dr. E did come down with a blaster at Jin's site. Is he gonna use Uda Guda maybe to break her cover? She'll move into the 2-0 though. So but he's probably gonna Lana that whole stack. That's probably what it is, or maybe just most of the stack. He's also contemplating Dengar. So at that site, we have Dr. E with a gun, Maul with his saber, Danik with a gun, and then an undercover Jin. He decides to unpay 4. I'm guessing he was thinking about that Dengar, or maybe the Aura in hand. He has both. He's going to go to move phase. Nope. He's a little uncertain what he's going to do. Light right now is threatening a drain of 2 and 2, and Dark right now is threatening a drain of 1 and 1 and a ping of 2. So they're similar, but Dark has to pay 6 and Light pays 0. And if Light knocks off that Hondo, their drains will be higher because the resistance won't be satisfied. And or if they go to the 3-2, their drains will be higher. So Light's in a good board state here. Decides to go Aura to the 3-2. And Lana everybody over to the 3-2 for 1 force. Draws a Shizor. Opts not to Sith Fury it, of course, because he already has a Shizor on table and does not want to pay. Oh, is everyone but Danik. All right, so he's leaving Danik. That way he can continue to blaster ping 1 there and occupy an extra resistance battleground. And now Mike has only 2 of the guns out, and he has 1 in hand. I'm kind of surprised he didn't deploy that. He draws into the bridge and the accelerate. These are all those high destinies that were at the top of his deck. I don't know why he's still drawing. It was like 5, 5, 7, 5. Okay, he drew a Wounded Warrior. There was 1/4. And he flips back and pings one. Light loses an alter combo. So we have Aura, Doctory with Blaster, and Maul with Saber at the 3/2. Light's going to drain 2/2 here. Dark has imbalance combo. That might help at some point. Light's holding a Clash. Oh man, that Leia's going to be pretty good to stop the drain if he wants to. He could. All right. So we see a couple cards from hand. Masterful Inductory off the top. He peeks, and then he sees a Jedi Love with the peak and puts it at the bottom and draws it with Ray. Good card to have. Now, how does he want to attack this? Now, if you kill Hondo, Hondo's not really doing anything right now. He's helping him flip, I suppose, but he's not really doing much because he doesn't have a blaster to ping with. He's at 4 battlegrounds now, so resistance is already in effect even if you kill that Hondo. It's probably not worth going after him. Unless you just have a dude who, I don't know, nah. It looks like Padme is maybe the only character in hand. Padme and Leia. There's a Clash and a home one. Mike has a second Maul in hand, and of course the effect can pull the Saber again. So if Maul does die, he can sort of sacrifice that Maul at some point if needed, lose, and then deploy him back to the 2/0, play the Saber from loss by losing the effect, and then warp him somewhere with the sight. So Leia comes down to blank Shizor. I guess he's planning on moving everyone in front. Oh, and Padme. I think did he forget he can't battle? He plays Ultimatum. No? Okay. Nope, he just wanted to take that side over, and he figures if Leia's text gets blanked with a Wounded Warrior, he's still got Padme, so she won't get beat down. Or if BB9 comes down, or Asajj, or someone who puts Leia's text out of commission, that she won't get hit and then Wounded Warrior and overfloat a bunch. I wonder what that third effect is that Light started. If it's a we're leaving to protect. It's clearly not a squadron assignments or anything. So I wonder if it's we're leaving, because we don't see any docking bays or anything. No insurrection. That could help protect against beatdowns. All right, and he plays Weapon Love Shield. Saves 3. I think he just drew into his could be worse. Droid plus Wounded Warrior would be sick. Yeah. I mean that's a good play. But if the we're leaving's out and now he's got the Padme and okay, so he did play Wounded Warrior to cancel Leia's text, and it's immediately grabbed and sensed. And he draws a 6 for the sense, which is less than Qui-Gon Luke. So sense is successful. He's gonna have to lose 2. Well, there was another Leia in hand. Interesting. Playing 2. I guess that's standard. Charlie's and Greg's was playing 2 at Nationals. He loses a Rey and a Sari non-combo. Wow, those are interesting choices. All right, he peeks and puts it at the bottom and draws it. It's an escape pod combo. So both these players are 3-1. Oh, he plays it to stop the blaster ping, and Kessling pays 1 to grab it. Both these players are 3-1 going into this game. In fact, let me give you a quick update on the top tables. Coming into this game, we are halfway through the event with 4 games played. Emil is 4-0. Justin Branch is 4-0. They're facing off right now. Martin Den Boeuf is 4-0. And then, so there are 3 4-0 players. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players at 3-1. Those 8 players are Zimowit, Bastian, Kuhn, Kessling, Jonas, Cedric, Timo, Brian Fred, Stefan Fox. So we've got a lot of top players there at 3-1 or better. We're going to see in the next games people start to differentiate here. All right, so Dark plays Dengar onto the 2-2, plays a Blaster onto Hondo, and then they move everyone into the 2-2. Basically, Dark's like, I am behind on damage. Oh, they're leaving Maul. He can warp him for free at the beginning of Light's control phase, so no need to pay one to move him. Mike did not ping with You'll Be Dead because Jonas played Escape Pod combo to turn off the pings for the turn, which Kessling then grabbed. I don't know why Sense isn't on top of Lost Power, though. Did he accidentally lose the Sense and then 2 instead of 2 and then the Sense? As soon as a Destiny draw is successful, you lose 2, and then because Sense is lost interrupt, when it resolves, it goes, and so it should be on top. Oh, he drained after the Sense. He paid 3 to drain? Okay, thank you. All right, so Light's draining 2 and Dark top decks Kira and Lana combo, and drains 1 at the Cloud City site and top decks Point Man. Dark is getting low on force. There is a 4/4 something, I think maybe a run Luke run, maybe a 6. So he's only got 4 in reserve, so he must not be planning to battle because he would have saved more with, Mace, Luke, Ray. He probably wants the battle to happen at the 3-2, so he can move them all. I was a little surprised he didn't move them last turn. Maybe he just didn't feel like he had enough characters. He's still pretty low on characters. It is okay, so he plays Asari non-combo. Imbalance does nothing against that. Against Dr. E. And he hits him with a 4/4. And he opts to put Dr. E on top, not the gun. So he's planning a no escape there. Yeah, and with that, it could be worse. It's gonna be hard for Mike to get damage through, so he needs a favorable battle where he just draws really high and hits everything, and Light draws really low and misses everything. Oh no! It wouldn't be from him draining after the Sense. I don't know that he paid to drain. I think it was probably from the objective flipping and flipping back that he lost. No, I take that back because inconsequential. Oh, so he didn't flip because no, because Maul and Hondo would have been there, and he would have been at 3 with the Danik Hondo, even with Shizor blanked. But he couldn't have lost inconsequential because that was the card he drew for Sense Destiny. He did pay to drain. Maybe he forgot to ping with the objective that turn. No. The You'll Be Dead ping was canceled from Escape Pod, but the objective ping was not canceled. The objective still should have flipped back and pinged 1 because he was at 3 battlegrounds, and he would have flipped with Maul and Hondo, 2 gangsters controlling a site. And then when he flipped back, he was at 3 with Danik, Hondo, and Maul. I think they forgot that one. Or obviously I might have missed something. Maybe he has a second inconsequential, and maybe he did lose. Maybe he did pay to drain and lost something else, and then lost the inconsequential for the objective. But if he lost the inconsequential to a paid drain, then he forgot to objective ping. He just moved a Mace's Saber to the bottom of deck. I don't think he has a Mace in hand as of yet, but he wants to keep track of where that Saber is. Having lost his other Ray, though, which I think was just an interesting card to lose. It's, if she gets hit here, you better draw that right away so he has access to that, because you don't want that stuck at the bottom of your force. If you do, you can Jedi level Maul or a Mace. So Kessling's debating how much does he need to leave in reserve. He is not going to automatically flip this turn. He has to hit someone to flip because he doesn't control two sites with gangsters. He controls only one with Hondo. Danik is not a gangster, and Shizor's blanked from Leia. And he does only leave one though, which is gonna, maybe he knows it's really high and knows he can. So he blaster pings and he pays 2. It could be worse to reduce that, and he pays 3 to drain 1. And he loses a mace from hand. Interesting. And he plays no escape and gets back Dr. E. I'm guessing maybe he knows what that one destiny is, and he knows he doesn't have a blaster though, so he's gonna have to swing. Oh, he's just not gonna battle. That's what's going on. Because I guess his theory is he's pinging 2 and draining 1, and Light is just draining 2. No, I take that back. Light's draining 3 because of Cloud City site, so it's 3 to 3, and Mike's paying. I don't know. They're both getting pretty low on force, but without flipping his objective, that takes away a ping. It's too bad he top decked the Lana combo again, because getting that back, if he could just have Shizor abandon over, it would help him get more pings in through his objective. All right, he deploys Zam. He points to Zam and uses one. What could that be? So you can pay to move Maul over and then warp back in control, but paying to move Maul over, you won't flip because you flip in your battle phase. Your gangsters have to control 2 in battle phase, so that would not allow you to circumvent that. So he battled, he swung, drew 5 blank. Oh, wait. Where's the operate? He's clashing Maul for the second one. Did he forget to operate? Did he? I don't think he played quite a mercenary on him, right? I think they're playing a little too fast, and he just. So he swung, he drew 5 blank, miss, but they're not. The second destiny is a miss, but overall that's a hit, which means he recirculates and shuffles and flips. Maul gets clashed. See if he remembers the operate and says anything. I mean, maybe quite a mercenary was played to blank Dr. E's text, but I didn't see it. Oh, maybe he fired Aura. That's what it was. I didn't see it was Aura there at the site. So he fired Aura. She hit Ray, flip, and then Maul got clashed. Oh yeah, he might have Odin'd. I didn't see. If you can't draw the destiny, can you still swing? Yeah, you can swing. It's just the second is considered a fail. But if you still hit with with just the first one alone, it's fine. But Aura, I'm sure that's what he did. He shot with Aura, and then Maul got neither of his swings because he got clashed. And yeah, maybe it was an Odin protecting from Dr. E. Must have been. All right, so now Light hits Dengar. This is gonna be pretty close to game here. Light's gonna be Light's. Is Light fully immune or just mostly immune? Like Luke can redraw the battle destiny because Maul is clashed in case it matters. Yeah, that's a good point. So they're counting up power. It was a Lana combo, so Mike is playing 2. Dark loses everything. Light loses the ray that was hit, and that's it. Maul is still clashed until this is Darkseid's turn. So at the end of Light's turn, Maul will come back. Dark draws. He draws another Aura, which is nice. I think he's going to mostly be running the rest of the game though. Flips back, light loses 1, recirculates, light opts for home 1. Light's going to drain for 2 and 1. Light has about 15, 16 life force left. Surprised they're only leaving 2 in reserve again. Well, I guess Maul can't battle. Peek and Quimmuning to the bottom. Now's where that second ray or second sorry combo would have been useful. All right, so he activates everything. Drains 2 top decks, Accelerate and Pointman, and drains 1 at Cloud City. Loses a Phantom Menace from hand. Plays Jedi Lev for 4. The Secret Plans is out. And takes into hand a Ray. We'll deploy Ray to the 3/2 for 4. Use Pile Pull. Imagine another character. Ouch, only Jedi Luke. Looks like maybe Mesa Saber? Which, is that not a mace with a saber already? Then he Ray draws. Oh, it's Qui-Gon Saber. That makes sense. He Ray draws into It Could Be Worse. So that It Could Be Worse is going to pays 1 to retrieve the Jedi Lev that he just played with his Yoda. Pays 1 to move Qui-Gon with Ray. Counting on Luke and Mace being enough to handle Maul and whoever comes down with Maul. And I imagine he'll draw a couple. So Qui-Gon. There's a 3PO. That's going to make it easy to loop that. It could be worse. And now that Mike's used his grabber, that It Could Be Worse looping might just seal things. Now that's a third from the bottom. He can just activate all but 3, play the 3PO, take it into hand. Repeat. Mike activated everything. He deploys Jabba. That's going to let him flip his objective so he can recirculate and shuffle. He opts not to recirculate. He peeks with Maul, and then he draws. So Mike must only have, he paid 3 to drain, he paid 5 for Jabba, that's 8. And he has 1, so he has 9 plus like 5-ish in hand. He's down to about 14 hand in life. So I think he's down by about 5 or 6 plus board state. Light's going to drain for 4 here. So Light's doing 4. Dark is pinging 2. Let's ignore that It Could Be Worse. Pinging 2, draining 1, and pinging 1 with the objective. So they're both doing 4. Oh, Light warped over. Either way, it's a drain of 2 and drain of 2. So they're both doing 4, but Light's is free, and they might battle that Maul at some point. And they still have a Walkling Retrieve. Oh no, Lights is 5. I keep forgetting the Cloud City site. And then Light just has the 3PO now. They can loop into that. It Could Be Worse. So that'll actually take away 2 of Dark's damage. So yeah, I don't see an out for Dark here. Light drains for 2. Light drains for 2. Light drains for 1. Mike's at about I don't know, 8 in his deck. Yeah. Oh, he didn't even need a 3PO. He got the It Could Be Worse back because he activated it. He peeked Qui-Gon, or not. I keep calling it Qui-Gon peek because He communing peeked it to the bottom and then Ray drew it. So he doesn't even need the 3PO to loop it. He's looping it every turn with communing and Ray. So yeah, I think when he plays that next turn, we might see the GG. He doesn't even need to battle. You just drop Anakin with them and say go. Yeah, maybe move the guys around, shuffle them, but you're doing basically. Oh, oops, go after Hondo. That'll stop the flip. He has a deflection, and if he can kill pass the gun, Anakin's +1 offsetting Maul's -1, and kill Hondo, that'll stop one of the pings. Though it could be worsing it anyway. That'll stop the objective ping and the Drano one. Oh, he just draws. He doesn't even battle. He just says, all right, it's gonna block the ping. It's gonna block all of them. That Anakin blocked every damage, and there Kessling concedes, offers a handshake. So yeah, that was a tough match. And light mains is pretty strong, and dark could never get any beat down, or couldn't find. He's like, oh, there's a second wounded warrior. He couldn't find it. Digs it out of his deck to show there was 2 copies, but yeah. All right. So Kessling goes to 3-2. Jonas is now 4-1, and we're probably about 10 minutes away from the next game. Oh, let's give away an AI booster pack. So let's do a trivia question about Wounded Warrior, because that card was on screen. Here we go. Here, I'll come up with something. There are 3 cards with the word wounded in the title. 2 of them besides Wounded Warrior. What are they? What cards have wounded in the title besides Wounded Warrior? Wounded Wookiee, combo and non. Yeah, I thought that would be tricky because you might think of the regular and not think of the combo. It goes either way. Either it's like really easy of a question because you're like, oh, there's Wounded Warrior and the combo version, and you think of them together, or you don't think of the combo because you only. I guess it depends on how much you use the Abyss and Ornament combo. Cool, Garrett. Good answer. Garrett gets Series 4 AI booster pack. And we will be back in like maybe 10 minutes for the next game. Let me that. Let's see what time. About 12:30. Is that what time did the last one start? Yeah, somewhere on there. Cool. See you guys in like 10 minutes. No, don't go back and watch from the start. You can watch the beginning part later, or you can watch a little bit of it while waiting in this gap. But you should stay live. That way you can chat and interact, and you can always watch those other ones later. All right, but we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, everybody. I'm back here. They haven't quite started yet, but they did post the pairings about 4 minutes ago. So I assume any time now they uh, will get started. Maybe it's possible someone says, "Oh, hey, wait, these pairings are wrong because they accidentally played the wrong side" or something like that. So that might be why there's a delay, or it might just be people getting organized, whatever. But we should start soon here. I'm gonna go ahead and hide that. And you know what I'm actually going to do? Taco Bill has a stream open. Oh, where'd it go? I swear there was a Taco Bill stream. Did it just go offline? Um, yeah, for Yavin 4 regionals. Oh man, it's.
I'm going to tilt slightly so we're in.
It looks like he was streaming Yavin 4 regionals. I was gonna for the last hour. It just went offline within the last like 1 minute or something. I was gonna stream over there for a minute while we were waiting for the Euros to come back online, but now it's turned off. I don't know if maybe I'm guessing that game finished, and so he turned off the stream between games. Looks like it was a ROPS versus no idea game. But all right, well let's go ahead and we'll go back over to the European game. They're still not quite ready either. Well, there went my idea. Thanks a lot, Taco Bill. Oh, I see hands. I see people sitting. Let's see who we got here. So quick update on the tournament while they're shuffling up and everything. We have right now one undefeated table. It is Justin Branch, or one undefeated player rather. Justin Branch is at 5-0. So if he can win one of his last 3 games, he's guaranteed in. And he might even be in if he goes 0-3 as a high strength of schedule 5-3 player. So he's in very good shape right now. He's the only undefeated at 5-0. Next, we have one, two, three, four, five, 6 players who are 4-1. That is Emil, who Justin Branch just defeated last game, Cedric, Bastian, Martin, Jonas, and Brian Fred. So those 6 players are 4-1, and then our top 3 and 2 is Crypto, and then there's a whole bunch of other 3 and 2 players, like 10 of them. So looking at our top 8 right now, it's Justin, Emil, Cedric, Bastian, Martin, Jonas, Brian, Fred, and then Crypto would be the top 3 and 2. But really, those first 7 are in pretty good shape now going into game 6. Looks like we have a Yoda Muning deck on the right versus a Bring Him Before Me deck on the left. Bring Him is starting, it looks like I Am Your Father, Sando, and I don't know what that third effect is. It's probably, since it's not security precautions, I'm guessing it's, well, maybe it's security precautions and he forgot to put it on a site. Or maybe it's like wipe or something special planned. Can't really tell the whole, yeah. I assume we'll see pretty soon when we notice it's virtual. Okay, so it's not wipe. So probably something special. Oh, showing his hands. Thanks. There was a 3PO. Here we have an EPP mall, Vader, Droid Workshop. Oh, so it's Silence is Golden. So it's going to be a droid version. All right, so we have a Silence is Golden Brigham versus a Yoda Muning, and it is running We're Leaving along with Walkling and Cytor. So we're leaving indicates it's a total ground mains version, probably similar to what Charlie played day 2 of Nationals. Normally I would favor mains in this matchup. If they can pile a site really hard, it can be hard for Brigham to crack that site. They can suicide in guys and have 1 or 2 gicks, but if Light gets a sufficient stack, it can be tough for Dark. But I don't know how the Silence is Gold version compares, if anything. So we do see a Vader, a Maul, and a Force Push in hand, a Sith Probe Droid, a Force Field. I think he's so he uses Silence's Golden to try and download, I assume, Jabba's workshop. He sees Emperor in there, which he goes for. There's looks like no Emperor's power in there. I don't know if he pulled that already. Is that the dungeon? Did he accidentally put the dungeon in the deck instead of the Droid Workshop, or is that what the Droid Workshop looks like? It's Droid Workshop. I'm looking at the Droid Workshop and at the dungeon. That definitely looks like the dungeon. Yeah, and his opponent's like, dude, and so he's picked up Silence's Golden and is reading it. And he's like, yeah, that. So his opponent caught it too. Can we just pretend pretend the dungeon is, I think they're calling Judge. He has that in his hand. That's the Incinerator, which also it pulls, but it's like, can we just if it's, I wonder which his deck list has, but either way, I feel like even if the deck list had it wrong, clearly the intent is like you play the one it can pull, just pretend that's the Droid Workshop. If dungeon is on a list, it's probable. If it's a workshop, you just fix. I would fix it either way. I would clearly no one's floating a dungeon in a deck that pulls the Droid Workshop. It's just it's an obvious mistake that doesn't affect anything. It's like you're pulling 1-1-0 instead of the other 1-0. Like, yeah, clearly they both left to talk to the judge, but like even if the deck list was wrong at this, I don't know. I'd personally just be like, yeah, let's fix it. Okay, it's Bastion versus Cedric. So Bastion is the light side player playing light mains, and Cedric is no, Bastion is a dark side player. I take this back. Table 2, Bastion Dark versus Cedric Light. So Bastion is the dark side player playing the Droid Workshop bring him deck. I mean, I feel like you just let him fix it. Even if it said dungeon on the list, I would say fix it. But yeah, I guess you might as well check the list first. Yeah, the general rule is play the list. Gives a huge advantage if you rule intent. I understand. It gives anyone who's inclined to cheat could get an advantage by cheating, by putting the wrong card and then later wanting to switch it so they could situationally use whichever one is better. However, when it's very clear there's no situation where the dungeon is better. I mean, I guess if he captured someone, there's no capturing cards in the deck. There's no IG, and delivered the prisoner for 3/4. Like, there's no advantage ever. There's no overload where you want to float a 0. There's nothing. I agree, but looking at it more nuanced, bigger picture than just like, well, it would give them an advantage if we did this. There's no advantage here. It's clearly an error, and in generosity of spirit, I would say just, if I was the opponent there, I would have been like, yeah, we'll just pretend we don't even need to talk to the tournament director. That's the Droid Workshop now. We get it. Move on. But those are the rules. And if you want to, I also understand why some people have a different mentality and go, look, we need to follow the rules. Otherwise, why do we have rules? And let's go ahead and and follow the rules exactly. I do get that point of view. It's not my point of view. They come over, they sit down. It looks like the site is staying on the table. So whatever discussion they had, they decided it's whether they looked at a list and the other one was on the list and Bastion just put the wrong one in, or whatever discussion they had, they decided, yeah, we'll make that the Droid Workshop. But yes, a decree versus decree V situation. I totally, if a ROPS player plays down their decree against WAP and it's like, oh, that's supposed to be V, that's obviously a situation where you can't just go, you're like, yeah, that's fine, that's V. That's one where it matters. But with this, it clearly doesn't. You did deploy it from reserve, so it would matter in that if you were like, no, rules lawyered, it would float a 0 around, and it would deprive him of a force. But it's all cleared up. They're proceeding. It is now the Droid Workshop is on table. Bastion pulls and deploys Emperor and also pulls and deploys Emperor's power. Yeah, if it was from hand, it would be a moot point too. This game, at least, they would have to resolve it for future games. Anyway, all right. So we got our players, Bastion and Cedric. They are both at this point 4-1. And Bastion draws into what looked like a Lord Maldemy, so he has both EPP and Lord. So if Cedric knows the line of just like pile all your dudes, then I think he's advantaged here. Especially if he can get away with not deploying his own site. So he gets out 3PO to the Boss Nass chambers, and he uses 3PO. He puts a Leia down to take. He grabs a Luke. I'm guessing he's going to play. There is another shield right here, and then that Leia is pullable, obviously, with Bastion's objective. There is the shield, which stacks on Insignificant Rebellion or something, or Your Destiny, maybe. And now he will probably just draw some cards. I think he does a communing peek to see if he wants, and he moves it to the bottom because he's decided he does not want that card. And he's going to go to his draw phase. Just count how much Bastion's force is getting. Bastion's goal here, he draws into Saber sight. Ugh. His only character is that Luke. I think here you got to go above 12 and just not put your opponent on a Monarch. Well, I guess he knows that last card that he put under with communing and knows he doesn't want it. So it's kind of an ugly start. He puts down a card, and I think he got another red card. Luke looks like the only character in his hand. So that is a little ugly. Because if you had a bunch of characters here and you could just pile Dark Sight so hard, then Dark's gonna, Dark will play their other Incinerator and Force Servitude a lot of your damage. Of course, Force Servitude can go on Yoda's Hut, so Light's not going to be canceling it. That's a nice place for it if you're the Dark Side player. Force Servitude, of course, pullable with Silence is Golden. So Dark plays Vader and gets his saber with I Am Your Father. And Light, of course, cannot play his Luke now because Luke can only deploy to a site. That's the Last Jedi Luke. Can only deploy to a site where there is no dark side presence. So Light's gonna have to spend a turn building their hand. Oh, it was Were You Looking For Me was the card he cut from 3PO this turn. Ugh. Light does have Sand, which is normally amazing versus Bring Him, but with Dark starting Sando, is not as useful. It will force Dark to lose cards to substitute to get around Sand, and it will act as a drawing engine for you, so it's still worth playing, but it's obviously not as good when it doesn't cap them. All right. So he 3POs. Yeah, that is one. It's got meditation. That is one sort of potential risk with this Yoda muting is it's fairly character light, persona light. You can sort of like here, he just isn't drawing any, right? Cedric is just, all his characters are hiding in reserve, but the other thing is you can just like run out of characters. If Shadow Collective's hitting them and trading efficiently and stuff, you can run out. And so it is, or they can just get stuck somewhere and opponent goes elsewhere or whatever. Obviously with light mains, you narrow the number of battlegrounds on table typically. But yeah, so he pulls Leia with the bring him objective, and she's -2 with the objective, so she costs 2 to come out and flip bring him. But Vader's still going to be draining for 2 here. Light does deploy. I don't like this at all. So here's the problem. So he's going to play Luke and Saber, and he does get the redraw text, which is nice, you know, and he's defense value 8, so he's somewhat safe. But all Bastion has to do to win the game is win 2 battles. Win 2 battles, go over, turn Leia. And by putting Luke alone, Luke's power 5. Down comes Maul, who's power 7 and adds 1 to each destiny. Now he won't add 1 to the substituted Sando. Oh, did he not even play Sand? Play your Sand card, dude, because then he doesn't even have to Sando without that. Oh, he didn't. Now he's just drawing. So Maul's just going to outpower him. Maul's going to be 7, 2 destinies, add 1 to each, so essentially 9 and 2 destinies versus 5 and 1 destiny. And yeah, there's a redraw, but like, actually Luke will be power +2 and Maul +1 because of that sight. So Luke's a 7 and a destiny versus essentially 10 and 2 destinies. So then you stack a card and probably have to lose Luke, and you're just reset. What he needed to do was deploy Luke to the Boss Nass Chambers, hold the site, and just say go. And then the next turn, deploy someone else with Luke, hopefully 2 other people and move over, but by 3POing into and drawing into more guys, and get a big stack at Boss Nass Chambers and then move them out to the 2/2. But without a big stack, Bastion can easily just attack into that. It looks like he's got 3 Mauls in hand, 2 Lord and an EPP, so he can easily just send one in, get a card stacked. Light mains needs to get a good stack. And 1 Luke is not a good stack. All right, he's going with the EPP instead of Lord. Wonder if Light has. He's playing Sorry non-combo, so he's not going to be able to like deflection and then hit and Sorry, because that would be nice. I recognize that a lot of people play in balanced combo. I still like Sorry combo. It's just so good to be able to use in battle. Reasonable people disagree. It's quite often that Hayes or Phil will disagree with me, and I know Charlie doesn't, but I just, every time I have Sorry combo in hand, I'm sitting like looking at, or non-combo, I'm sitting looking at it in a battle. Like right here, he's going to hit Maul and then be looking at that non-combo and just be like, well, I feel dumb. Why does he have to pay 1? He's thinking about paying 1 for something? No, opts not to. He swings. He draws 3/1. Bastion covers it up, covers up the picture. It was a Ray, I think. Fancy Ray. Bastion swings and he chooses the 5.5 or 6.5 because of Silence is Golden. We'll see if he does a redraw on it. 1. Yeah, he did use the redraw. 1 and 6.5 is 7.5. Luke's a defense value 8. No, 6.5 and 1 is 7.5. Luke is not hit. He takes the droid into hand, right? It's 5.5 plus 1 is 6.5 plus. Yeah, he's defense value 8. There's no you cannot hide forever. There's no, yeah, that's a mistake. I don't know why they declared that a hit. Grievous should not be Destiny +1. The droid, yeah. I think they forgot that the Saber adds 1. All right, so he's gonna have to pop the You'll Be Leaving here, because that's 10, 17 versus 12. He stacks a card. He stacks a Sorry non-combo. on insignificant. He's half droid, so plus 0.5. What? Oh, Grievous is half droid, so he's a 1.5. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, no, that's cute, but no, that was a miss. And then his power would have been 5 plus 2 from the side is 7, and he drew a bionic hand as 7. That's 14, and Maul is 7 plus 1 from the side is 8. Plus he drew 5/5, so that's 18 to 14. So he could have peeled 4 and kept Luke, and I think he would have opted to peel 4. And did he pop You'll Be Leaving? Did he? No, he just peeled on top of Luke. Did he forget We'll Be Leaving? Because there's extra cards. Man, so he lost Luke and peeled the 4. Whoops. I don't know whose mistake that was. I mean, both of them. It's on both of them to know. But I don't know if Bastion just declared hit or told him the total and he just moved it sideways, or that the reason that Luke is such a monster is the redraw and the defense value natural 7 plus 1 from the saber 8. He peeled, probably scared Darkseid might hit for more later, so he wanted to save the Will Be Leaving. Yeah, I don't know. Four's probably at the line where you'd want to play it, and that's why I don't know why he didn't play the sand card earlier, especially because maybe he just forgot. He could have used it as a drawing engine too, trying to draw for more characters. Yeah, not looking great. Not a great start for Cedric here. Lots of little text to remember. Remembering that the Luke Saber adds 1 to defense value is pretty standard, but can be overlooked. And now Cedric's drawn into some guys. Bastion activates 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12-ish. All right, out comes Owisa for the battle planes. Time for OPC Killer. Yeah, oh yeah. We'll have it in all our decks by Worlds, I'm sure. Did I miss an update on my draft, guys? Martin, DB, Kessling, and Justin. Justin is the only 5-0. Kessling is 3-2. Martin, DB is 4-1. So sounding like a solid team, especially if Kessling can pick it up in the back half here. All right, so he drains for 2. He loses the battle planes from hand and Han Chewie Falcon from used that he had just put down with 3PO. Yeah. The other thing is Cedric had a blaster deflection in hand, so if he realizes that first swing was a miss, he can deflection the second one, and he Oh, now Lord Maul comes down, and he saves 3 and circulates. Of course, does not lose 1 to his objective because there is another shield. Says force loss from take your father's place is -1, so that is both the duel goes from a 3 force loss to a 2, and then Dark losing 1 at the end of the turn goes from 1 to 0. All right, so I think we're gonna see like a Qui-Gon and some guys try and come down on Maul, and nope, it's coming down on Vader. All right, so we got Mace. The Ace gets a Saber. We see a Force Field. It looked like a get combo in Bastion's hand, so he's not too worried. He deploys Qui-Gon, Saber. Mace is immune less than 8 because he's with the Dark Jedi, and then the Yoda's Hut is going to make it less than 10. Bastion will, of course, Sando a Destiny, so he's going to need to crack a 10 with his 2 Destinies. to kill something because his shot will be deflectioned. Bastion reading, checking the immunity. Saber. Cedric, tempted to deploy meditation, decides not to. He swings and looks like a hit. And Bastion pays 1 to Lana combo and save his forfeit. Card is plucked off sand. Does Sando have to be used for the first or not at all? It has to be used for the first because once if you chose to draw, then you're capped. You drew your 1, you're done. If you Sando first, and then you haven't drawn 1 yet, you've substituted 1. So then your second one you draw. Theoretically, you could substitute twice if you were doing a battle in space and you Sandoed, and then you played short range fighter to spin for 1, and then you drew 1 naturally. You could draw 3 destiny against when you're capped to 1, but you got to do all the substituting first. Because once you've drawn 1, then you've drawn and hit your cap. So Bastion loses 1 there to add a destiny with Emperor's Power, and now I imagine he'll stack with Run Luke Run comes off of Sand card, which I imagine he'll use as 3PO fodder. Vader goes to swing and he deflections it. Bastion, ooh, Bastion has a sense in there. Thinking about sense in it because he wants to kill guys. He does sense it. And draws a 5, so deflection is lost. Sense is lost, and Bastion loses 2. He opts to just lose a droid. He lost those in the wrong order. Sense goes on top. When you sense something and do or do not, or there is no try is out, it's a lost interrupt, and they lose 2 when it's successfully drawn. So you draw the destiny, you lose 2, and then the sense goes on top. That's the second time this tournament we've seen that. I believe actually the other one might have been buried from I take that back. The other one might have been buried because of why didn't he stack and Sando? Oh no, he's swinging. He just sensed the deflection and now he's swinging. He took Grievous into hand. He chooses a 6.5 for BB whatever. The Sith Fury needs to go down. Okay, there we go. So he drew 5. All right, and then he uses Odin combo, which why? So Odin combo is useless here because it means he won't take overflow, but he shouldn't be taking overflow anyway. If the destinies are below Mace's immunity, he should outpower him, and if it's above Mace's immunity, then he has to lose Mace. He's not losing overflow anyway. Odin combo, you can't use him to satisfy attrition, so I don't think that card did anything. It made him use a force and is not available for the next battle. All right, so he draws a 3. Superpower 6, 12, 15, and Bastion is 5 and 6 is 11. So 15 to 11. Vader, because of the Lana combo, covers. Qui-Gon dies and Vader dies, and we know Grievous is in hand because of that Sith Fury, and he'll be able to steal that Qui-Gon saber. So right now, Coward is out. It wouldn't be able to be retrieved even if he had stacked it on top. This game was already kind of over after the mistakes of the first battle. Well, as the mistake of making Luke hit when he was not hit, yes. But it also was kind of over when Cedric just didn't know the line of light mains versus bring him, stack your sight hard. You don't just deploy a single dude and let him clear it. That's how light mains loses. Yeah. You kind of gotta know the right lines. He took a poor line and then they made a mistake on the math that made Luke hit when he should have been. And now Bastion's just well ahead. Was nice for him that he was able to sense that deflection and then hit because it killed a guy. He would not have killed anyone had he and he failed to hit there. So he pays 3 to drain for 2 because it's -1 from the site and +1 from all, and he 3POs first. So he's going to lose meditation. And throw me another charge. Or not, sorry, that's the picture. It's Where's Han is the virtual card over. Throw me another charge. Bastion plays Forlom. That'll let him start cycling. Cycling back those Maul Sith infiltrators and those BB9s. Puts down BB9 and draws into hand something. I'd like to see a long form forum post about the lines or as a sort of anti-primer how to play against decks. Well, I think Masasi Temple is working on some video deck primer stuff for top decks that will go through different lines of play against certain decks, for sure. And Bastion just draws a couple. So he just drained, dropped Forlom, draws some. Looks like an Erica in hand. I think he's got a Grievous in hand. It's like, it's on you. One Qui-Gon's dead. Maybe you have the other one. Maybe not. Luke can't deploy in front of them all. He's like, I'll drain 2, you drain 2. That's fine. I'm well ahead. I don't feel the need to. He didn't feel the need to deploy Grievous and steal the saber and stuff because that's just more stuff that could get attacked. And he's not even losing 2 because the Force Servitude or whatever that's the dark side one. Force Servitude just covers forfeit equal to or force equal to forfeit, which is 4. So he pays to drain for 2, and Bastion just loses a droid. Which now he backs it up with Luke and Anakin's saber, which does not add to the defense value. So now he's a 7, and it's going to be a 3 now. But again, that's just 1 droid. Bastion Forloms. He stacks a card with Sando. So that was all mid-activation. So he knew he had drawn that Vader for Destiny when he substituted the command and then he drew Vader. So, and he knew right under it he had drawn the droid for Weapon Destiny. So he tracked that, and then mid-activation, Forlomed to take the Vader into hand, and then Sandoed to get the BB9. So now he pays to drain for 2. He takes a look at Mace. He says, how many does he have in reserve? 2, 4, 6, 6 or 7. I'm not sure if that's quite enough because ideally he'd be dropping down Vader, Grievous, Battle. I guess he paid to drain, so he's probably not doing both of them. But Vader, Grievous, Saber, like 1 saber from each lost pile. Swing twice, draw a couple Destiny, clear that whole thing out, and stack a card. But he can also just kind of chill and go, all right, I drain 2, you drain me for 1 droid. Or he can go over to his incinerator, like, that'll let him start retrieving droids. Nope, he is going to deploy Vader. He says, bring it. He knows he's got high Destinies in his deck. He knows he's got the BB9 stacked on Sando. He could even use that as a Weapon Destiny at some point if he wanted to guarantee a hit. After, like, draw the first one, then substitute that as the second one. And you can do that. You can always substitute Sando as a second one if there's no limiters on something. For Weapon Destiny or Battle Destiny if they haven't limited you. It's only if they've limited you have to do the substitute first. But he can always, swing, and if he draws, like, whatever, he can substitute, guarantee the hit, and then stack another card on Sando for the Battle Destiny part. It's just, you're losing a lot of Force Zero cards between Sando and Emperor's Power. he might just be playing the droid over here and just warping Vader over and starting to duel for 2 damage. Because if he can drain for 2 and do 2 dual damage, yeah, even if he's eating and drain a 3 on the turns he can't find a droid, he's doing 4 to 3. And on the turns he can't find a droid, it's 4 to 1. So we'll see here. Is he going to battle or is he going to warp away? Well, he did battle. He swings and it runs into a deflection. We see a clash here, which is cool. So he might. Oh, Vader's immune. Never mind. He grabs deflection here. Doesn't want that 3PO'd continuously. So he goes. He's going to swing with Mace, I assume. Vader's immune to clash. I was thinking he could hit him, make him lose to Emperor's power, and then clash him, but negative. We're discussing something. There's a Padme, and Dark decides to force field a swing. That's really weird because there's 3 total swings. Unless you just wanted to cycle it. Usually, what you do is play it on the last one, because if you play it on the first one, those destinies are still on top. Like you stop the first one, or unless you were going to do something that takes someone out of battle or whatever. Like, if they swing with EPP Maul and Dr. E's there, and you stop the first one so that you can then Clash Maul out of the battle or whatever. But I don't know why he stopped the first one. All right, so here comes a swing. It's a 4-3 is a hit. Dark loses 1 off the top to Emperor's power. Light tries to clash. Invader's immune. So he did forget that text. Bastion points it out. Cedric goes, whoops. So he sand cards. Takes the Skywalkers. Theoretically, Leia could be in a battle with Luke if someone other than Vader comes down, but yeah. Dark substitutes 6.5. And he says it can't be modified. Could it be a 6.5? And I think we had a ruling on that recently, and a 5. Either way, Luke's going to be immune and Mace isn't, so. Oh, but it could matter for total power. 11.5 and 6, 17.5 versus 11 and 3 is 14. So he's got to stack a card here. Speak, I imagine he will stack. Mace dies, Vader dies, Leia is free again. And of course, you can't choose to just lose Luke because Luke would not cover. Mace would still not be immune. He'd have to lose both. So obviously, he chooses just to lose a Mace. And now if you're Bastion, you've got the 2 stacked. You can easily turn Leia if you can find another Vader. And I think he has a probe droid in hand. I think he might already have the other Vader too. So another EPP Maul. Is he playing? I don't think he retrieved any, so I think he's playing 2 PP Mauls and 2 Lord Mauls. That's aggressive. And Bastion uses Forlom. There's another Mason hand. He did put the saber on top. Later on, he must have changed his mind on that because there's a coward, but he can come down to a second battleground. He can come down in front of Maul and retrieve it, and then what, like run? It's because you wouldn't actually have the saber on him, so. Ripio into another clash. Got about 20 minutes left in the game. Light pays 3 to drain. 2. Dark. Think about losing an EPP Maul. And he's got a force push, a pseudo evasion. He can, if Maul's getting beat down, he can just force push out of the battle, assuming he saves 2. He's thinking about maybe I don't lose that Maul, maybe I just lose a droid. He doesn't really want to lose one more card. All his cards in hand are pretty good. Top decks, Maul ship. I mean, yeah, the problem now that sand card is burned through, he doesn't even need to Sando. All right, so 7 down for Mace. And then you can retrieve the saber and then run Mace and then 3PO into the saber next turn. Just momentum is still pretty bad. It's got an Odin combo. He can move Luke and Leia over in front of Maul. Bastion retroactively pulls secret plans, and he pays 1 to retrieve with Walkling. And then I think he's just gonna run Mace. Oh, he paid 1 to battle. It's Odin comboing. I guess he's thinking I can just clear Maul here with any Destiny. No Phantom Menace out or anything. The problem with that is you stack another card, and now, I mean, I guess you're assuming once you got 2 stacked, every BB9 in the deck is a 6.5 plus 2 stacked is 12.5. That's enough to turn. So you don't care about stacking cards at this point. You're basically, your goal is less than 2, and once there's 2 stacked, it's like, fuck it, whatever. Like he's already gonna turn away anyway if he gets the Sith Probe Droid Invader and the low enough destinies. So might as well stack another one. All right. Well, he draws 2 destinies. He he Emperor's Power, lost 4 Lom off top, draws 2 destiny. It's gonna be Mace and stacks a card. And is there no overflow there? Oh, he used Odin combo to save his forfeit, so Mace covers. But yeah, now 3 cards are stacked. I think we're gonna see a Leia turn pretty soon. He's probably just been putting down BB9s that he can use as like half, and then 6.5 in turn. All right, there's the Vader. There's the capture. Flip. One for probe droid. We're going to see 2 to relocate. We're going to see a duel. Cedric reads the probe droid. He's going to clash Vader. Stall him for a minute. He can't move or battle, so he's not going to be able to be relocated. And then maybe he gets sorry about the mess, and maybe Bastion runs out of Vaders. That could be a sweet play. This Vader, and so that would all be on Bastion for playing a Vader that that isn't immune to those tricks. It is not worth playing a choke Vader. I know Brad does, and the pioneered the deck. But it's nice to be like, oh look, I have these 6.5s that can choke anybody, whatever. Choking is cute, but whenever you have choke Vader, you always get sorried or clashed, and it just is too annoying. That's a problem with the new Vader too. If you play a new Vader, it's like, cool, I upload Vader's anger, and they're like, cool, I lost the proficiency, I'm dead. And you're like, oh. Well, so anyway, but this could be a really cool move if Light is able to clash so he can't relocate, and then sorry him off the table, and then Bastion's out of Vader's. Of course, he might have a no escape or whatever, but he can't force push for it because that would cover the Vader. Place General Grievous. I assume he's going to steal Qui-Gon's saber here because Mesa's saber was already retrieved. Yeah, he retrieved Mesa's saber with Walkling and then retrieved Mace with Yoda Meaning, so he can 3PO into the Mace, but he won't be able to get the saber because it won't be low enough for Saitor. Why is Grievous not stealing a saber? Is he waiting for that? Did he forget that Qui-Gon's was in there? Sorry on Vader and then drain to bury him. That's the play. I mean, I think Dark still wins just by battling. Probably. They've been doing a lot of damage to themselves between Sando and Emperor's Power, but yeah, Bastion's still got a pretty healthy life force. And Light peeling 4 to that Luke battle earlier. Yeah. Different game if Light remembers that they weren't hit in that first battle. All right, so he does play the sorry. Oh, and there's a force field, and he pays 1 to grab it. No. So into this turn here. Does he have the second clash? He did have 2 clashes at one point, but I don't know if he decided to lose one. I don't think that's a clash. There's a no, it's a disarmed. Yeah, if he had a second clash, but then he'd also need a second sorry. He'd just stall it another turn. I mean, at some point here, it feels like that crossover is going to get through. But yeah, force field there was big. Bastion can always Sith Fury a Vader back. Yeah, if he gets a Dooku in hand, or he has another. If he has another Maul, he can use Maul and Sith Fury to swap for a Vader. That's a good point. Good point, Rentable Papa. Rentable Papa, huh? All right, so we see Skywalker's escape pod combo, Rey and Wisa. So 5-5-5-1 in reserve for Light. And I think he might have missed. I think he might have had 5-1 because the way he was holding them, the ray was the second from the bottom when they were face up, so second from the top when they were face down. He might have a no. He doesn't have a Jedi Lev because disarm's the only. He might have just drawn 5-1 and missed anyway. It's Dennis, so you don't have to ponder who has a great Twitch name. Dennis. It is a great Twitch name. It's a little sad though. I just think of all the poor little kids who would need your services. All right, so Cedric draws. He gets a Rhea, Qui-Gon. He gets some more characters that he desperately needed. Can General Grievous steal a saber at any time? Like, it's not just in deploy phase? Normally you do it as soon as you deploy him. No, but you can do it at any time, right? Because as soon as they lose a saber, you're like, next action is to do it. General Grievous. Once per game may steal a lightsaber from opponent's lost pile. Yeah. So, I mean, he can do it before the drain if he remembers. All right, so light cycles a couple 5s. They needed. They don't have any force saves, so they can't do the you were beaten trick again. Think dark. Warps over and turns Leia to the dark side. Evil Leia. 3POs into a Skywalker's. Bastion has a Phantom Menace there. He's gonna think about forlomming. Whoop. No, he forloms. It looked like an Erica, I think. So I think he's gonna go over and win this duel and cause 2 force loss. But then that Erica, that's a 1. He's now he just pulled a Maul. That's another 1. I think he's gonna maybe if he gets a point man, put that Maul down, and then on light side's turn, put down the Phantom Menace 7, and then just roll and draw. He's got 3 stacked though, so he doesn't even need a 7, just a 4. Lady Vader, that's right. I think that in the rules, it's there. He steals Qui-Gon saber. It's a rule that she becomes Lady Vader. It's kind of a weak name. Like, you think she could just take her own name instead of, patriarchy forever has just made females take the same last name as their husbands, and even in the Star Wars universe, she becomes a Dark Lord of the Sith and has to take her dad's name. Lady Vader, come on, she could come up with her own badass name. All right, so Vader does warp over. I don't think we'll see a turn of Lady this turn, but I think next turn. It's only 2 in. Oh, there's 3 in reserve. Maybe we'll see it. I thought there was only 2 after that. Yeah, I think you'd have to do it. Yeah, let's see. So he had the Ray on top. I don't know if Cedric's trying to win the duel or lose the duel. Probably lose the duel, lose the game. So I think he needs to try and win the duel with High Destinies. Maybe he knew that Ray was up there. All right, so Bastion draws a 5-0, and we have a 4-3. So that's 7 plus I think it's ability. So 7 and 4 is 11 versus 5 and 6 is 11. It's a tie. I think that is exactly perfect. For Cedric, rather. So we do have a tie. So he doesn't lose 2, nor does Leia get turned. That should clearly forlom down that 0, hoping to lose the duel. That shuffle Cedric did was convenient for him because I think he would have drawn 1-5 and lost the duel. So then he would have lost 2. Dark time. Theoretically, you could dark time their dual destiny. It adds or subtracts 1, right? Dark Time V add or subtract one from opponent's just run destiny. So you could add one to theirs to make Leia win the duel and then turn her. Yeah. So Light deploys Mace and Saber. Managed to get that combo back. And Dark's Destiny at the top is a little sketch because he's been tracking low destinies. So he draws. But the thing is, even if he gets overflowed, he just like loses a couple droids from hand. He just goes, okay, I lose 2 BB9s and they cover 8. This Force Servitude can be annoying. At least it's less annoying in this than in like a 5d6 ISB deck where they're just like retrieving a 5d6 every turn and just forfeiting him for 5 to cover 5 damage, like, and just grinding. At least this deck battles with it. Gotta be getting close to time though. Let's see. I think we have about 5 or 6 minutes on the clock. So here's the okay, so he just dueled and he lost and he's shuffling to try and turn Leia. That's 5, 6 plus 3 stacked. Yeah, it's during a battle or duel involving a Dark Jedi. Plus it's +1 from Silence is Golden. So that's a 6, and with 3 stacked, 4 is all that was needed. So Leia gets converted and Brigham wins the game. So Bastion is now 5-1. Cedric falls to 4-2. And we'll probably start the next game in. Let's give away an AI pack. Anyone who has been interacting in chat, Idea Track or Rentable Papa, are either of you interested in a GEMP AI Series 4 pack for watching and interacting on our stream today? All right. Dennis, what are your guys' GEMP names? All right, this is a Series 4 AI booster pack on GEMP. Dead Often and Idea Track. Sweet, thanks for commentating in the chat, watching along. I'll be back in probably 10 minutes or so for the next game. Yes, hey, how's it going, Nate? We are giving away Chimp AI packs, 2 per game so far. Chris Kelly, Garrett, uh, Dead Bothan, Dennis, and Idea Track have all won one. We'll give away 2 during the next game. Hopefully, there will be a next game. Their stream actually went offline, but I they also haven't updated yet the pairings or anything like that. So hopefully, they will realize and resume that. Shortly. I'm gonna plug this in the gym chat. Cool, great. Well, we happy to have more viewers and people chatting along. It's always more fun to interact with chat and talk about things than just watch a game, which can slow down a little bit sometimes. But like I was saying, their stream went offline, but they haven't posted pairings for the next round yet. So I'm hopeful that once they get that, they'll take a look at the stream and get that going again. So revise this time. Maybe another 5 minutes. We'll cross our fingers. I don't know physical cards, but I have 13,000 Chimp Gold. So Chimp AI packs are about the only chase items that matter to me. Cool. Well, it is the new Series 4 AI packs. So stick around. We did trivia for the first ones. The last ones I just gave to the 2 people who had been chatting all game because they were the active people in the chat. So we'll give away 2 more in the next game and the following. How many games are we at now? I think we've done 6. Yeah, so we have 2 games left, 4 packs, and I think it's likely you can win one if you hang around. All right. Well, they're still offline, so let's go ahead and turn on the Yavin 4 regionals. I see Taco Bill. Mr. Frimbazzle, give him a follow if you aren't already. Is what? Did he just go offline? It was showing him as active. Did I just miss it again? Come on. Yeah, this is an hour ago. It literally 1 hour ago, they did an hour 14. It literally just turned off as I went to click it. So this is a replay of a game. With the camera angle. The ROPS first showed a meeting. Let's just skip through it real quick. We don't have to sit through a whole grind when we're doing replays, and we'll keep an eye on the Euros one to see if they come back soon. See if they get the stream fixed. So we'll skip through here real quick. So we see it looks like ROPS pulls stuff out. Yoda muting gets the system out. ROPS goes PM guy to the docking bay. R2's up at Iridu with Luke. Rebellion's Hope. 3PO's out. ROPS is now flipped and Light has Sand card out. Light comes down with Leia with Gon and Obi, and looks like I'm guessing Leia shoots Ozzel. That guy dies. We probably have a Gick. I don't see where the grabber is on table, so I don't know if Gick was grabbed. Lots of movement. Characters move around. They grind. Someone's going to time out. They still have tons of life force. At the end. Oh, boo. So they said they're running late and the room with the streaming setup is needed now for something else. So we will unfortunately end the stream. All right, so there will be no more Euros streaming coverage. We will, let's see the end of this props game because now I'm invested. Looks like that Luke was cleared. There's a Han Chewie Falcon. So Dark is winning in space. Light's doing decent on the ground. $17 versus $27. So Light gets a time victory, and that's usually what happens with if we gave him another hour, ROPS would probably win by like 7, but now Light gets a timed win. Yeah, Dark just starts scooping up the cards. Obviously, Han Chewie Falcon probably runs over to the other system, starts draining 2 there, and then 1 if Dark can stay flipped. Dark is not currently flipped. So if Light can keep them on the front side and drain 2 at the system while eating 1 drain at the system, they're looking pretty good. Well, anyway, no more Euro stream. I hope you enjoyed games. What was it? 4, 5, and 6, and hopefully we will get some streaming tomorrow of the top 8. And all right, and our last 2 pack winners are Dorsch and John Michael for coming in. And yeah, thanks everyone for participating. Hopefully tomorrow we'll see some top 8 action. Otherwise, if you still want to watch something right now, Taco Bill, if you go to twitch.tv/FromBasil. Actually, if I knew how I could, there's like a host command or something, or like a raid from Basil. Does that work? You guys are going over to Taco Bell's. There's no commentary for it. It's just live streaming of games.